Let me know when you are recording.
You are ready.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting of the Belmont-Redwood Forest School District School Board to order at 5:01 p.m. Ms. Ellinger, are there any comments on closed session item?
No, there are not.
Okay, well, with that, I'd like to call the session to close at 5:02 p.m. And we'll close to close. Okay, it's 6:18 PM and we will reconvene to open from close. Let's call the meeting to order, and first order of business is flag salute. Face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Announcements from our closed session. Upon the satisfactory completion of a pupil rehabilitation assignment, the board of trustees had voted 5-0 to order the expungement of any or all records related to case 2021-22-03. Okay, board of trustees report. Would you like to lead us off tonight?
Sure, thank you. Just to take a couple of minutes, I've been very privileged to go visit a few of the schools and see the great work that they're doing. Specifically, over the past month, I visited Cipriani and Ralston. And again, great work at the schools, great to hear from the teachers and staff. I want to also particularly acknowledge that Ralston had a spelling bee, which was great, and I attended. So congratulations to all the students who participated and the winner. And thanks to the staff and the parents who also helped out with volunteering with it. I want to acknowledge some sad events that have happened in the past month, and it's not going to be enough time to give them the acknowledgement that they deserve, but just to acknowledge them. Most recently, the earthquake in Turkey and Syria we're definitely thinking of our district families who may have loved ones in Turkey and Syria, and holding them in our thoughts. And then also the gun violence that happened in Half Moon Bay. I know we do have some staff who live in Half Moon Bay, and of course it's in our neighborhood. And just again, acknowledging that tragedy and our thoughts going out to the victims and their families and survivors. And then as well as that, it's been a while since we met, just of the death of Tyree Nichols after mistreatment, to say it, and that's again not saying the right word, but I just wanted to share a quote with you. I was looking up the history of different things. And anyway, I just wanted to share this with you. All cruelty begins with a dehumanization, not seeing the face of the other, not seeing the whole humanity of the other. And that was from David Brooks, writing in The Atlantic in June 2020. So I just want to acknowledge that that, we all can make sure that we're acknowledging everybody's humanity. So going on, also on a positive note, wanted to remind everybody that the Hoskins Black History Museum is up and running for the month of February. It's in Redwood City. It's founded by Carolyn Hoskins, who is a great Belmont resident. And it's open next week during school vacation. So, and the website is hoskinsblackhistorymuseum.org.
Okay. Mr. Linebuck.
Thank you. So the past month, some activities that I've done and things I've gathered. The San Mateo County School Board Association held a new board member orientation. I was one of the presenters at that, and I was very happy to see 3 of our new members attending, as well as 17 other members, new board members around the county. It was really good to meet other board members in different districts and, share stories with them and make some connections. It was really good to have that event and see everyone there. Also, SMC SBA, they're holding a dinner meeting coming up in a few weeks. It's going to have a good speaker. I've drawn a blank on the topic, but I'd recommend going to that as well if everyone has time. Another event we had since our last regular meeting was our board retreat, where we took an extended amount of time talking about the task force. And I just want to, send my appreciation out to the thoughtful conversation and discussion we had as a governance team about the future of this district, and the fact that so many members of our community, our staff, our parents, our families, and have taken their time to give that feedback, not only in surveys, but actually the people in the task force meetings to come up with this information and really distill it down to some of the core the core goals that we want to implement in the district. So I'm very happy to see that moving forward, and the progress is great. And I look forward to more discussions on that. And by the end of the year to have some new goals that will get us through the next 10 years in this district. Another highlight for me is the brown bag lunches we do with our teachers. I got to go to 3 different sites this time, and not only did we get to discuss how things are going with the staff, but we also got a tour. Assistant Superintendent and Superintendent DeGuara was able to, whoever attended was able to walk us around, and we actually got to go to the classrooms and see the students in action and the teachers in action. It was really rewarding to see, how, when I was a kid, the things are happening in schools that just were not even thought of back then. So seeing all these innovations that the district is doing to make sure we're having the best student achievers possible is really positive. Some of the takeaways I heard from the discussions with the staff, there were a few different things. One was there was discussion about, improvements around students' assessment. Some of the teachers are very interested in making sure that we find the right way to assess students' actual knowledge, not through, arbitrary means, but through actual means of knowing their mastery of the subject. That was refreshing to hear. When I went to the Nesbitt site, there was a lot of discussion about the IB program. There's a lot of the staff there, and I mean it's a whole team effort of going through the IB certification process. And there's a lot of enthusiasm from the teachers that are doing that. It's a big lift for them. But they all know the reward is there, and just their enthusiasm of going forward with this it's really exciting to see. And I think the efforts are really going to pay off. So I appreciate everyone's time at that site to go through that extra work to get that certification. One of the other things I heard that was not, as positive was, and I've heard this before in brown bag lunches, where the level of extreme behavior where, the students just, are not as well behaved, or they're acting out, or different things are happening, disruptive to class. There's a constant theme of that being on the rise, and that's across most of the sites I've been to. It's not just isolated one site. So it's a concern. It's not really clear what that is. I mean, it could be pandemic related. It could be, issues in the society we're dealing with right now, or many things. But I'm hoping for, things to get better with the students. Maybe it is pandemic. Now that we're back, things will calm down. But I'm glad there is an awareness around it, and that, the district administration is listening to it and saying, okay, how do we address this? There's a recognition that there is an issue, and that's the first step to helping solve the problem. Otherwise, there was a lot of other topics. PD was discussed. There's always, talk about room for improvement. There's also talk about, wanting more PD, more valuable PD, and also more cross-district PD. So, different sites talking to each other, or even different districts, there's an opportunity there. It's always good to learn things from the people you don't see every day. And then, of course, TK is on everyone's mind, and I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit more about that tonight. But everyone's aware and looking towards making that a smooth transition. So A lot of good feedback from the staff. Everyone seems to feel that we're going in the right direction and has the motivation to help even improve better. Thanks.
Mr. Haas.
Thank you, President Howard. So one of the things I would also just like to echo is I went to the San Mateo County new member meeting and as a new trustee, it was very helpful to not only get introduced for networking purposes to fellow newer trustees, but also from the aspect of just collaboration and kind of just a compare and contrast and see some of the challenges that they're working through and to see if there's some similarities and in what ways. And so and they're starting more ongoing discussions and more interactions. So I think that will only strengthen myself and my fellow new trustees as we go forward into our first year on the board to be able to make those comparisons and have those conversations. What also shifting to the brown bag lunches, I must have love these brown bag lunches. I brought my juice box. I thought it was a brown bag lunch. I really brought my juice box and my sandwich and I went to Fox and I was ready. I thought I had a brown bag. I didn't really understand. Thought that was, but no, I did understand. I went to Fox, Nesbitt, Sandpiper, and Cipriani, and I'm glad I did as many as I was able to do this month to get kind of to see how each school site was different and how they embraced the culture and the values our district has. I really want to especially thank Principal Carter, Principal Hanson Vera, Principal Higgins, Principal Dr. DeWeese, and the teachers and staff, you know, to be able to sit down and listen to them. I really appreciated the opportunity to listen and also that the teachers and staff gave their candor and shared their feedback and perspective and what was on their mind. And there was a lot of positives and there were some areas that we can be mindful of and work towards improvement on. And I think that's important to be able to acknowledge both aspects. And when we certainly heard that, and again, topics that range the gamut as Trustee Lambert said, from universal TK and demographic trends, like where the enrollment patterns are going, to technology issues, to special education in the classrooms, and a lot of other issues in between. And it was the highlights certainly were the tours as well as listening to the teachers and staff, but also going into the classrooms. And again, just seeing the instruction and the use of different methods to kind of convey and how the laughter that was really going on. There was so much laughter in those classrooms. It was very energetic and I came away feeling so engaged and energetic from these brown bag lunches. So again, I want to truly thank all the teachers and staff and the principals for really and our superintendent and for setting this up for us. Finally, I would just like to say that I also attended the Opening Doors PTA, and we specifically they had an amazing presentation on understanding reading difficulties and how to help your child. And I want to thank them for bringing in such a topical presenter such as Ashley, and I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly, Codell, who really kind of gave a presentation on the typical range of reading skills, some reading difficulties, some red flags, some strategies for parents, how to help your children and support the teacher, but also help support your child at home. And what really stood out was the generosity, I think, of the Opening Doors PTA to use their budget to really be so generous to really bring in not only their own, you know, speaker, but really just offer their support, financial and otherwise, to other opportunities at other schools for other school sites. So I really commend the Opening Doors PTA for being so collaborative and really being very generous with their time and resources. This was an exceptional presentation, and I really valued the strategies that were presented in it. And I look forward to more to more of these presentations, which will, as a parent with a younger child, it really was instrumental. And finally, I would just like to say, I had such fun today, and a shout out to Nesbitt for doing a wax museum for the third graders. My son is a third grader, and so we went into the multipurpose room and saw a lot of statues where we pressed the button and the kids came alive, and they embraced being Beyonce, and they embraced being like Lionel Messi. And we even got a Jim Henson with his little Kermit the Frog. And so, and Einstein was there. And I would just like to say, seeing from the start, this has been a month-long process, and it truly is experiential learning. It's truly taking a block of classroom learning and elevating it off the worksheets and making it a really like a living model, because they started out with research. They started out by writing their objectives and opinions and facts. And then these kiddos memorized this script and then, found the collateral and dressed up to really bring this to life. And you could hear these students who shy or not, reading off a script or having it memorized, they really shared their opinion. And it was first time I've gone through this, and it just was such a fun morning. And so I thank Principal Hanson-Vera and Principal Sticker to really assistant principal to really bring this to life. And thank you for the third grade team of teachers for doing an outstanding job in guiding these students to really build their confidence up. It was a great way to enter to start the day. So I would like to thank them.
Mr. Bruno.
Yeah. Wow. Just all of you. Might be quick. All the things April said, all happened, and also it was Black History Month, which I decided I was going to find joy in. I went to the Dominique Hoskins Museum and had a really good time seeing that at the grand opening. So just hearing her speak and how much she loves it, and then everyone else taking it in, and it's quite an exhibit. Yeah, more than I've seen before in a small enough space that must have come out of someone's garage, So it's definitely worth seeing. That kind of inspired me to do some teaching and learning to my own kids. So there's been that going on, and then that trickled down to kind of learning about. Not trickled out to learning about the district. I went to the new board function and learned one of their presentations was the history of education from a disruptor's view, which again kind of I think was well timed to inspire. And from that, I decided to actually I'm in the task force, and I took a couple of evenings to read all of the survey responses. I say all. Are they? I'm lying. I didn't read all. I read a ton. And there's a lot there. Yeah, cried a little bit, but you know what? That's okay. But I feel like I'm inspired to sit through kind of these meetings and sessions and figure out where work can happen. As I learned about the district, kind of more and more, been interacting at Nesbitt. Naturally, I went to Fox's PTA meetings to hear what's going on at that campus. I'm excited to learn more. I don't have a lot of experience at all of the schools in the district, but I think I'm now kind of slated to gain there. Another thing I'm doing, interestingly, is I work at independent school, and I'm on the admissions committee. So I'm reading applications at all ages for students coming in. It's really interesting to see at the same time as reading this feedback in public schools and seeing what the students actually are looking for in private, and trying to figure out, like kind of why the segregation and what else can be gained, and what to learn from. And that's kind of actively happening this week and next week, which hopefully I think will just strengthen what I can pull off here.
Thank you. Well, I don't have much to report on. Say my highlights are my interaction with students. In particular, you forget how much because they're just great, right? And we were off visiting various classrooms, and two kids who were especially warm came up, gave me bumps, this bump, and introduced themselves, and were both shy and warm at the same time. It's just so great to be around And same for the teachers, really, when you get to see them showing off their classroom and their work, and you forget, you know them as people, but you forget how magical they are and how talented they are within their own space. And it really is something to behold. And you just get a glimpse of it. And it's really just a great treat. The other thing I would say is that I've been to the Dominique Hoskins Black History Museum in the past multiple times now. And I agree with my fellow board members. It's an amazing experience. And I love the story about how it got found. It was her son, Dominique, who said to his mom at one point, how come we only learn about Martin Luther King? Aren't there more people out there that have contributed to society? And I want to know more about African Americans and their influence on our society. And, you know, she just did a nuclear bomb's worth of material that she created. And it's just, you walk into that space and it's just overwhelming. You can spend hours there. And, you know, Carolyn herself is this diminutive, humble, but just determined woman who has put this thing together. And I just admire her so much. That's all I have. Dan, superintendent's report.
Great. Good evening, everyone. A couple of things I just want to mention. Who's not in the room today. Ching Pei is not in the room today, our assistant superintendent. She is down in Southern California at the Disneyland Hotel, celebrating 3 distinguished schools, Fox, Central, and Redwood Shores. Today was their award recognition ceremony, as well as a dinner this evening. Really great to see those 3 schools recognized for the outstanding work that's happening. That's a testament to the district just in general for everything that's happening. I'm just going to remind folks with President's Day coming up, President's Week coming up. We'll be sending COVID-19 tests home with students tomorrow, or they might have went home today. Testing the Sunday before we come back, as well as midweek, making sure that we stay as healthy as we can. And I'm just going to say a couple words about the Dominique Hoskins Museum as well. I went with Jackie on with Trustee Bruno. We were both there on the opening night. And I shouldn't own this, but I will. I'm not totally the museum guy that goes and reads every sign and every plaque. This museum was exceptional. The way she used a quote or a little excerpt and then highlighted it with memorabilia. It really is a celebration, I think, of Black culture. You can see all the different reality, see how it comes together. Highly encourage everybody to go and visit it. It is a pretty special museum. And with that, I'll pass back.
Okay, on to item number 9. Speakers wishing to address the board to submit a question or comment on a regular session item. Please submit the speaker card by the start of the agenda item. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you are addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting, acting on or discussing such matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, do we have any speakers wishing to address the board?
No, we do not.
Okay, moving on to item number 10, approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda or consent agenda?
Just a couple of clarifications on the minutes. We did not have the members present on one of those. All members were present. Ms. Ellinger will update that to show that we were all here. And then 2, just a quick note on course of study. Core subjects are generally not included in that. We noticed that there are some sites that have some core subjects, but I just want to clarify that Algebra is available at all 3 middle school sites for clarity. In fact, our middle school principals have been working diligently to build that pathway. And then finally, just a note that while electives are listed, it's all those electives that could be possible, not necessarily the ones that are going to be offered.
Okay, any questions or comments on the agenda or consent agenda? Okay, are there any motions to approve the agenda and consent agenda as modified?
I motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda as written, as modified.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That was an aye, sorry, that's the same thing. Okay, moving on to item number 11. Oh, this is gonna be a hard one. Principals update is an information item from Cipriani Elementary. We look forward to hearing.
Evening, Gwen.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. Lovely to see some new faces, some new friends, new faces. So thank you so much for inviting me this evening. I am really, first I want to acknowledge the comments from several of the board members talking about the struggles that a lot of us are having on the school sites, really helping our children get back to that regulated place. And that really has been, that's not part of my presentation tonight, but I want to thank you for saying that. And then also acknowledging also the laughter that's going on in our classrooms, because there are struggles, but there's also a lot of joy. So thank you. Trustee Bruno, I'm looking forward to seeing you over at Cipriani. I'm looking forward to giving you a tour and having you meet our children, because they're a true treat. It's nice to meet you. Oh, thank you, Ms. Ellinger, for getting started. My name is Gwendolyn Deweese. For those of you who have not met me, I am the principal fourth year at Cipriani. Love Cipriani. It's a very, very exciting place to be.
Make sure it's on the side.
Of course it's on. There, okay, thank you. And I will actually, in honoring Ms. Ellinger, I want to say that tomorrow is the last day of our administrative assistant. She is leaving us. We have a new woman starting. We're super excited. We know the value of a wonderful person who's running everything, but I just want to give you a fun quote from one of my first graders yesterday, who asked me when Miss Megan's last day was, and I said, it's Friday. He said, I'm really sad because she's my favorite vice principal. Yeah, me too. I'd share that. Some of the things that we're really working on this year are those positive behavior interventions and supports. So, some of the PBIS work that has been done at Cipriani historically over the course of the pandemic, it did kind of fall by the wayside. We weren't giving it as much focus and attention as we would like to have in the past. So we've really revitalized that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. A lot of our work is coming from the data we are getting from the youth truth surveys, the ones that we're right in the middle of completing this week. 19 of my teachers are currently engaged in GLAD training, which has really, I'm super excited about this, and we'll talk a little bit more about that going forward. Our community activities and parent involvement is revamping and revitalizing. Just today, we finally got somebody I'm very excited about who wants to be our PTA president going forward. She's looking for some guidance. So very excited that she's going to be coming on board. She's got a fifth grader, but she's also got a kindergartner. So we get to keep her around for a while. So that's fantastic. The parents also have really pushed, and April knows this from historically, science across all the grade levels. We do have a wonderful science specialist for fourth and fifth grades, but we really want to make sure that kids are getting that deep foundation in their younger grades. And that return to being a community school, which kind of is similar to the community activities. So positive, guess I need to do that. No, there we go. Positive behavior intervention and support is something that this district and Cipriani have been recognized for long before I was ever part of the district. And as I said, we did kind of lose focus on that in the last couple of years. So this year, we're really trying to make that a big push. We have a new PBIS team. We've all been coming to the trainings with Ching Pei. We are pushing the staff-wide implementation. And this is really important because it integrates the mental health, the social emotional skills, and the academic supports. And of course, those things all go hand in hand. If you don't have one, the whole thing just kind of falls to the ground. There is a lot, it provides a lot of data for us to make decisions based on how we want things to run, both in our classrooms and in unstructured times, like at lunchtime. And it really pushes teachers further into the tier 1 interventions. And more importantly, I think even the tier 2 interventions, because I think a lot of us would have a hard time. We can talk a lot about what tier 1 is, which everyone's getting. We know what tier 3 is because we have some specialists in the room who know all about that. The tier 2 is where it gets a little squishy. And so we're really going to be focusing on that going forward. You can see the big bucket. One of the things we've done in the back is we were acknowledging students as individuals at what we call the paw draw. So every Friday we have a big student meeting outside, a community meeting, and we draw some paws out of the bucket. These are kids who earn these tickets over the course of the week. And we say, oh, Dan, you won a paw for being safe on the play yard on Tuesday. And thanks so much. And everyone claps for Dan, and that's great. And all the other paws went in the trash. So now instead of doing that, we're filling this bucket, and you can't really see it. This is behind our front desk. And when that gets filled, it's actually a lot more full now than it was a week ago when I took that picture. We are going to have an afternoon, probably during conference week. So we'll have that short little portion after recess that kids will have a variety of choices of things to do so that they all know that all of the paws are contributing to these school-wide celebrations. So they're all being acknowledged. So we think that's going to be kind of fun. Okay, PBIS is also really important because it does address equity. It's making sure that the kids who are really making the effort do get the opportunity to be acknowledged, along with kids who are just kind of know how to play school a little bit better than the other kids. So we're making a very intentional effort to really acknowledge all of our students for the good work that they're doing. Okay. This is almost impossible for you to see. This is some data from our Youth Truth Survey. This is part of what my SSC and ELAC, this is just a small snippet of it, have gone through in order to isolate some areas that we really want to focus on moving forward. And I actually had the opportunity yesterday to have a nice conversation with Dan and Ching-Pei about this. We're really focusing on students' sense of belonging in our school so that they really understand that they are valued and wanted at our school, particularly in this time, as Sam has pointed out, Trustee Lineback has pointed out, that a lot of our kids, particularly our younger kids, are really struggling. So we feel like it's really important to focus on this. The other area that we are focusing on, and again, with the assistance of our school site council and ELAC, is parent engagement. We want our parents really engaged with our schools, and that is reflected in the activities and the volunteerism and the presence that we're seeing back in the schools with our parents back and everyone. It's kind of a joyful reunion this year. It's been really fun. There's some struggles, but in general, it's been a really good year. Then moving on to focusing on science. At the younger grades, we are actually we have some extra PTA funds this year that were unexpected, but we're very grateful. And we're looking at deploying those towards some extra science activities, probably in the form of some gatherings at school with some fun. What's the word I'm looking for? People come and they're up on the stage and they do things and the kids participate. Assembly. By word finding, I need Julie Oger by word finding tonight. So some fun assemblies. One is a very interactive try it truck, which might be really fun. So we're looking at a couple of different options. Here you see a couple of examples of our school gardens. This is Diane Sexton. For those of you who don't know, she's been with the district 49 years. And she has got her school garden going. You can go out anytime you want to see TKers with mud up to their elbows and happy as they can possibly be. Please visit Diane's garden. It is a fun place to be. Very excited about that. These other children you see, obviously that's Halloween. These are first graders who last year planted these pumpkins in the kindergarten yard. So they then got to come back and decorate their pumpkins. So it's really fun. Well, the ones the squirrels didn't eat, but that's a different story. So the squirrels really like pumpkins. And so these are some examples of things we're doing in the younger grades. School gardens are great because they not only teach kids to appreciate the process of germination and plant growth, but also we get to talk a lot about nutrition and things of that nature with them, and they really get invested. So our particular gardens generally are focusing on local crops like pumpkins, and we also have a lot of pollinating plants in the gardens. These are some other things that we are looking at. We are going to have our first ever Science Olympiad at Cipriani. And I don't have the date in front of me, but I will email it to you folks. I'm very excited about that. That is completely parent driven and parent run. So very exciting that that's happening. We have the science field trips and science integration for younger students. And of course, we have Mia Fenauer-Giakis, who is our science specialist for our 4th and 5th graders. And she just does a bang up job. We're super excited to have her. So that's a quick and dirty on things that are science. You can see here, actually, the slide in the lower middle is a field trip to the California Academy of Sciences, 2nd grade, just a few weeks ago. The little boys closest to Trustee Leinbach are actually engaged in the Science Olympiad. They're doing some experimentation, as are the kids on this side. And then up in the top was a visiting scientist. One of our parents was a visiting scientist in one of our classrooms. So we're doing everything we can to kind of have that well-rounded science curriculum for our kiddos. Community events. We are very excited that we are bringing back a lot of our community events. One of them that has always been really fun and enjoyable has been our multicultural event, which Ms. April Northrup came and graced us right before the holidays and was very engaged with doing the fun activities and the multicultural activities that our kids were engaged in. And April, this was not a stuck-up photo. Okay. But we had a really good time. It was fun going with April through there, and our kids always enjoy it. And it's another method of really getting our parents onto campus because we have such a multicultural campus. So it's great to welcome all these folks. We, of course, had the 100 days of school. You're seeing the kindergarten yard there as well. And this is just kind of an example of grants that our teachers are writing. This is a little bit off focus, but we had realized that some of the kindergartners were not really engaged at lunch and recess. They were a little bored, they were getting a little antsy. And so Ms. Snelling wrote a grant to beautify the yard and put some more engaging activities in there with the help of several of our parents. So the parents were really involved in, or are really involved and continuing to be involved in kind of revamping that whole yard. So it's nice. They actually just put a skyscraper of San Francisco in, and they're going to paint it with white chalkboard paint. I'm interested to see where that's going to go. Again, talking about our international community, we really want to celebrate all that our international community brings to our school. The lower left-hand corner, you see some of our students celebrating Chinese Lunar New Year, and that was really fun. Unfortunately, the picture that I really wanted to get for some reason didn't come out, but I had a picture of 3 of the kids in the big dragon float in the classroom, and the little boy in back, who I adore, was just wagging that dragon tail for all he was having such a good time. But they also had to do research and they had to present on Lunar New Year, and the kids did really good individualized presentations. So that was really nice. Okay. So we also, in honoring our international community, we are expanding our selections of books that we have. This is Nanette Mahar. She's a shared librarian with Central. She's amazing. I'd rather have her every other week than somebody else every week. Just fantastic. In addition to these titles, we also have titles in Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, and Ukrainian. Those are recent acquisitions just in the last month. We really want to make sure that we are honoring all the languages spoken at Cipriani and the literacy of those languages. That's very, very important. We want kids to be literate in their home language just as much as we want them to be literate in English. Okay, this is really the big push right now. I'm very excited about the Be Glad training. And since I wrote this slide maybe 8 days ago, we still have 19 teachers seeking certification, but 8 are now complete. So we're very, very happy about that. Just to give you a little background about what Be Glad is, something that we all had the opportunity to attend a one-day workshop at the beginning of the school year. I made the decision in conjunction with my instructional leadership team that we would like to have all of our teachers be certified in the GLAD training. GLAD stands for Guided Language Acquisition Design. So it's really a language acquisition. It was initially designed as a language acquisition program, but it really addresses multiculturalism, and it's language acquisition, it's academic language acquisition, but it also pushes the kids a lot harder to think for themselves and not to be so teacher guided. So for example, this is an evidence chart that the kids do that really, in my high school brain, I was telling Dan yesterday, I think of this as developing an essential question. But what the teachers over the course of time are teaching the kids to do are ask deep questions and then reflect on those deep questions in partnership with one another and deepen those questions. And once they really have a really good essential question identified and developed, that's when they start postulating and theorizing how to solve it. And then they get to see, was I right? You know, how did my theory plan out? This was in first grade. So I'm very excited about the GLAD training. And the other benefit I'm seeing of that is many of my teams, every team except for TK, we currently have 3 teachers for each grade level, and they're doing a lot of rotations. So I'll teach English, Dan will teach math, April will teach social studies curriculum, because that's what she likes. And, you know, and we rotate. And now I'm seeing a lot more cohesion on those teams in their teaching methods and how they are helping the kids acquire that. So that's wonderful. I know I'm talking fast. Any questions so far? All right, school goals. Wow, I could read that to you. Or I could put my glasses on. That didn't help. These are 3 school goals. And they're very aligned. Just the point of this is they're very aligned, particularly with the GLAD training. I'm very excited about that, and PBIS. We are really trying to re-engage kids, particularly our younger kids who have struggled, who had a lack of schooling, a lack of school readiness when they came to us a couple of years ago. So that's where our focus really is right now. And questions?
That was a great presentation. Why don't we lead off with Mr. Leinbach?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. You know, you mentioned Ms. Sexton earlier on. I was going through the consent agenda, and one of the items on there was the teacher certificated seniority list. And I looked at that and it's like, is that a typo? Is that really in the 70s? You know, but
Yep.
very impressive. Yeah.
Yes, she is.
One by the margin, I think.
I think number 1 for like since I started here 4 years ago, maybe more. So yeah, she's a force.
Yeah, well, it's really nice to have her and working with TK program, which is expanding as we know. So,
And I see.
I'm sure we'll learn a lot from her experience.
Yes, absolutely.
So one of the programs you talked about was, and I liked about how you had the teachers rotating through, and you're doing that at all grade levels now and in all subjects. Could you expand a little bit more on that?
So that's not an official directive from me that you will rotate, the 3 of you will rotate. That's something that kind of started taking place during COVID because we were doing so much online teaching. It kind of actually really started in 5th grade because that was still is a very tech savvy team. So they were doing a lot of, they were making videos for the kids to access at home. And so it just kind of morphed into, I'm going to do all the videos for Readers and Writers Workshop, and Dan will do all the videos for the math curriculum. And so from there, it just kind of morphed into, well, you know, that's kind of, you know, Readers and Writers Workshop is kind of my jam. Let's keep doing it that way. And then the 3rd grade team started doing it. And then there was a change on that team, but they're kind of bringing that new person in. 1st grade is doing it very strongly. 2nd grade rotates for science and health, but aside from that, they pretty much stay in their own rooms. 4th grade is doing some rotations, but it's not so curricularly based, it's more activity based. But most of the teams are doing some rotations. Yeah.
Great. I'd love to hear that innovation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I like it too. As a secondary teacher, I like it as well because then I can really see where people are shining and where they might need a little more support too. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the presentation and the thoughtful remarks. I really like the encouragement of what you're doing with the multiculturalism, especially as new families come in and there might be a language barrier. And we know kids are resilient. So I had two questions about what have been some of the, I guess, successes, but maybe some of the challenges when a student is coming into the classroom and they're maybe coming literally maybe from the country, from their native country. And they might be having a language barrier. How have teachers, what are some of the best practices that teachers have done in the classrooms to kind of not only make the student feel warm, but also kind of help them get engaged with the other students?
That's a fantastic question. We have had in the past few years, a lot of kids come, not a lot, a significant handful of our older kids coming in from Brazil. And they have generally come in with no English. So they're literal newcomers with no English at all. And some of them have had pretty limited schooling before they've come to Cipriani. So that's a challenge. So we're talking about not just language acquisition, but we're talking about literacy, numeracy, the whole gamut. But of course, you have to start with the literacy or the being able to speak, right? Fortunately, in the last couple of years, we did have a lot, a big handful of particularly young girls come in at the same time with a little bit of varying skill levels. So we could strategically group them. Of course, we don't want to make one child in charge of the learning of all the other children. So it is with the, support and assistance of the teachers. We do have a woman named Julie Livonian, who's our reading specialist, but she also works with our emerging bilingual students. So she specifically works with children who have not yet passed the test. It says they're English proficient. And she's very good, but she's one woman and she's part-time. So the teachers have picked up a lot of strategies about putting labels on things. We're using a lot of Google Translate. I got to just be honest about that. And it works, it's very helpful. But we're learning as we're going, and that's one of the reasons we chose to pick up the Be Glad training, because that is specifically what Be Glad was designed for, is for children learning a new academic language. We have one boy right now who's also from Brazil, who has been with us for a year and a half, and he's picked up almost no English. And it's very hard in those circumstances to kind of parse out what's going on. And we know that he hadn't had school prior to coming to us because, we've had conversations with the family. So you want to tread very lightly in a situation like that, because in a year and a half, he should have picked up more English. There are other factors involved as well. And so we're in the process of kind of trying to unthread what this particular young man's, what supports are needed in addition for him.
So that kind of, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah,
I know my son was excited last year to get a fellow student from Brazil, and he's now inspired to learn Portuguese so he can kind of communicate. So kids are certainly, I think inherently like warm and encouraging and inclusive. I'm glad that there's a kind of a system around that. You mentioned just one quick thing around the Be Glad program training. It sounds like I just wanted to know the 19 teachers that are going through that. What has been their feedback in terms of, have they enjoyed the program? Is it what they thought it might be? And correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first year of this program for us?
Yes.
Okay. So as you getting this anecdotal observations or direct observation of the program in action, is it kind of what you thought it might be?
Better.
Better.
The fact that 8 of them have already finished it and they gave a March 15th deadline, that's pretty impressive. They're very engaged, because otherwise they let it go. They're busy. And there's a lot of reasons to say, oh, I dipped my toe in, but then, I got busy doing something else and I had this going on. The teachers are getting through it. And that tells me a lot right there. I'm seeing a lot of it in the classrooms as I'm going into the classrooms. I'm seeing, as I said, more cohesive teaching. I'm seeing teachers that have been teaching for 26, 27 years who are trying new things and feeling successful doing it. And that to me is, I haven't been teaching 27 years, the fact that they're taking risks and wanting to incorporate new practices in their teaching says really good things to me. The thing that I think is most impressive to me, though, is that this is really taking a lot of the responsibility for the thinking and learning out of the teachers. It's not feeding anymore. It's really pulling the thoughts out of the children. And that's what I feel is most important. I don't want them to come up with the right answer. I want them to come up with what they think is the important answer. So
thank you so much.
Thank you. I have just genuine curiosities. For the teachers taking the Be Glad, is it optional?
Yes, it is optional. I'm not stipending them. I can't use that word when Rui's in the room. But they will earn some hourly, depending on how many finish it, because I have a specific pot of money set aside to pay them. But, it's not that much money. They're doing it because they want to do it. I'm giving them the stipend as kind of an acknowledgement of the extra effort because they're doing it outside of their work hours.
Gotcha. And it was brought up out of,
The funding is LCF.
but I mean, offered out of the program is offered out of need and they're consuming it out of need either.
It's offered, I would agree it's offered out. Yes, we definitely need some new tools in our tool belt to address this expanding population of students that we have. One hand, other hand, it's super easy to say, well, we're doing okay. I don't really need that training. I've been doing this 27 years. I don't need that training. They're doing it really because they want to. And I do know my teachers that if they got a couple of sessions into it, because it takes, it's estimated to take about 25 to 30 hours to finish the training because it's an online thing. So also you have to be independent and, stay on it. It's not like you have class every Wednesday night.
Right.
It's really easy to start doing something and say, I'm not really getting much out of this, but these folks actually are moving a lot more quickly through it than I expected.
Wait.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Portuguese family or Brazilian families. How do you communicate with them?
Well, I try to speak a little bit of Portuguese. I speak a little bit of Spanish and I speak a little bit of Italian. So I'm sure I end up sounding like I'm talking, we use a lot of Google Translate. We use a lot of gesturing. The kids are, aside from this one young man who we finally got to agree to go to outdoor ed. So I'm super excited about that.
Okay.
The kids are picking it up, but we're using a lot of Google Translate. We're using a lot of gesturing and the way you do when you're in a foreign country, because these kids are essentially in a foreign country learning a new language.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and we want to make it not a foreign country. We want Cipriani to be home.
Okay. And then on the list, your international community with your books.
Mm-hmm.
In those languages, so that's just the library and adventure, or those
Those are the kids represented. Those are the languages represented.
isn't on your list.
It is. Oh, it's not on. Thank you. It's on my list.
But yeah, that's.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lots of great work. I really appreciate everything you do and everything the staff does for all the kids at Cipriani. I just had one question related to the youth truth. If you, I don't know if you want to go back to the slide. Just I noticed, is it on a scale of 1 to 5 that everybody could respond generally?
It is on a scale of 1 to 5. These scores are very, this is a really, really synopsized kind of version of it. I just wanted to give you mostly the menu on the left-hand side so you could kind of see what they're asking about. That was more the reason for this slide. But we are really wanting to focus on those two areas of student engagement and parental involvement, or student belonging and parent engagement, family engagement.
Definitely. And it seemed to me like the family and the staff ratings were high. So I just wanted to ask if you had any ideas of how to improve the students' feelings.
So we're working on that. Thanks, April. We have been blessed this year with a halftime counselor. She has been blessed with a baby, so then we lost her. But now we have an interim counselor who's also wonderful. And so one of the things that we have been working on is, especially for our kids who are a little bit more dysregulated during unstructured times, we are doing an unofficial kind of buddy older kid mentoring with younger kids. I can't give you data on that right now because we've just started really pulling that PBIS data in the last couple of months. But I can tell you anecdotally, of the 5 kids that I see the most of, I'm not seeing as much of them. So that's a beautiful thing. And we really do, we're trying to involve the kids' voices. And again, Be Glad is another mechanism for really involving the students' voices, particularly the kids who might not have an English speaking voice, that we're really trying to embrace them and bring them into the school as well. So, which is why I'm so happy that is going to go to outdoor ed. So, because he wasn't initially. So now I'm calling him, his first name begins with a C. That's all I'm going to tell you, but I'm calling him Camping Sea Guy. So, you know, so he's pretty excited.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole.
I think everybody asked the questions that I had. So Principal Deweese, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Oh, hang on. I'm going to go to the last slide. Cute kids, last slide. There we go.
Get on the right.
Thank you, Gwendolyn.
Thank you. Have a good night. Kristen, you want me to turn?
Thank you.
You could just, yeah, leave it up there. You can. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
Okay, moving on to item 12, and update. This is an information item.
Right, as they make their way up, Lana and Gilbert are joining us once again. As an update, as was noted in our trustee reflections earlier, the board did have a strategic plan, had a retreat that focused on partially the strategic plan. We spent a couple hours digging in. Tonight's presentation enters that into the public record again. And I just want to share as they come up. Yesterday, we had our community roundtable. It was great to connect with a few leaders across the board, across the county. We had Superintendent McGee, we had Council Member Robin Magnaris. We had City Council. Council Member Howard. We had NDNU representative. It was a nice meeting. Good stuff.
Diane Howard, not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Double duty.
Take it away, Lana.
Sure. So again, as Superintendent DeGuara has just said, our primary purpose this evening is to provide both public update in your open forum with current status of the strategic plan. And also these materials are attached in your board agenda. So if you like, we thought we could give kind of 4 or 5 minutes of sort of highlights of where we are and how the project is progressing. And then happy to take the lead of the board or have the superintendent add anything else. That's like a plan. Okay, so the first thing that is in your document is when we embarked upon this process at the beginning of the year, again, we just remind you, we're taking a very organic approach to strategic planning here. So it's been a lot of community collaboration and input. We have had now what we refer to as Survey B out in the community, and that has generated in really some very robust data. The superintendent has had a chance to read that line by line. There's quite a robust data set there, and that is your community really crowdsourcing specific ideas and examples of things that inspire them now that we know our 5 areas of focus. Because we're collecting this data through the lens of the individual buckets that the task force team members are focusing on, we're now going to be very able to seamlessly take that community input and divide it up across the individual task force teams so they can look at a slice of that data that applies to the area that they're specifically looking at. And we continue to be on track to have the task force generating those reports with ideas to consider and research that'll come to you as a governance team to look at. And it'll be from those reports then that will later roll up into the refinement and the finalization of an actual plan that'll come in the tail end of this project. The other thing I'll just point out that thanks to Superintendent DeGuara and some members of the senior leadership team, we've also been challenging ourselves to say, how do we make sure we aren't missing anything? One of the things that your board set out at the very beginning of this is how do we identify our blind spots? And so what we're saying is, how can we both empower and enable the task force to be looking at and following the threads where they are getting excited so that you can be informed by where that energy is and what they wanted to spend time on? But how do we also make sure that we aren't missing anything? How do we make sure that we don't have some gems in all of that community data that you'll be sitting on that should be elevated as a result of this process? And that's where my business partner Gilbert and I are going to be working with the superintendent and his team to go back through, because what we find is that when we go back into that community data we collected back in October at this point in the process, we read it differently because we understand We've had more feedback from the board. We've had more feedback from the task force. We've had more feedback from admin leadership. And as the superintendent just said, now even the broader community. We think that going back into this community data multiple times, we see it differently every time. And that's part of what we're going to be undertaking in the next few months. And so we'll really be bringing that to the board as the task force reports come forward as another layer and a secondary resource for all of you as a governance team to be able to look at that together as we bring forward recommendations as they evolve. So we can go ahead and go to the second slide. We just wanted to let you know that as of the end of January, there were 88 responses to that survey. And again, I'll just remind us that survey B is a really long survey. We're asking very open-ended and somewhat repetitive questions because we ask the same question every time for all 5 buckets. So I would just present to you that for what my business partner Gilbert and I see, 88 responses for a survey that is as long as in-depth as it is really a fantastic response and is really one of the highest responses to this specific survey B that we've ever seen. The reason why we continue to give survey B in the middle of a project like this is your community members who do engage with you, they end up providing the task force and the teams that are going to look at that data with really, really concrete, often actionable, specific ideas. And that's why we stick with a survey like this. And we want to thank you and your community for giving us probably the best response rates we've ever seen to it. So hats off to everyone who did that for you. And the other reason why we shared this slide with you, not to go through it, but just to let you know, this is to remind the board that we're always managing this very detailed calendar of activities behind the scenes. Your task force continues to meet monthly. That bright yellow box that you're seeing there in February is the community leaders roundtable that happened yesterday that the superintendent mentioned. And then now we'll be moving into March and April, which is a critical time period for the task force because they've really been brainstorming ideas and they're now starting to synthesize that into report templates. To give you a sense of what we are anticipating those report templates to look like for you, the structure that we're providing the task force is that they would be synthesizing their key high-level ideas into about 3 to 5 pages, with then they are invited to attach any reference material that they would like to that. So you can expect probably a 20-25 page draft packet as that starts to come together. And again, not so much with recommendations, but really with ideas to consider, because this is still at the very early stages of development. And then once we're able to see all of that together, we'll be able to really start looking at themes. Some of the things that we're already starting to see already is we see a real theme of togetherness in your community. We also see every time Gilbert and I sit through these presentations and we get to hear from your school sites, right? We're just really touched and inspired by not only the depth, but the breadth of what's happening at your school sites. And so I think that sense of community is also coming through loud and clear as well. And so that'll be part of the challenge as we go to challenge and the opportunity, not suggesting that that's going to be hard. It's going to be that it is going to be really important to make sure that we can help you integrate that sense of culture, that sense of community, and these kind of larger umbrella themes that we're seeing here up above and independent of the individual silos of where the research is happening. And we think that looking both at this big picture arc where we can see that brings strategy together, as well as the specificity and research that happens in the individual teams is how we can present a very concrete and actionable plan for you as a team to be able to think about moving forward. So that's kind of the highlights. Well, if we just go to the second slide, for those of you who appreciate data, we did go ahead and include for you, this is the stats on that survey B that we were talking about. You had 306 people click into it with 97 submissions. So that's a 31% completion rate. And I'll tell you, for as long as that survey is and as much as we ask them, that's as high as we've seen. So that just gives you a sense of how it came in. I would let you know that the time to completion of 74 minutes on average is skewed very often because anyone who opened the survey and left it open in a tab and went and made dinner and helped their kids and came back to it when they started their second day at 10 p.m. That's typical that we would see. But I would estimate that the depth of the comments in here, you have your community members who completed the survey probably spent at least 20, 30, maybe 40 minutes or more on that survey. So that's an estimate on our part, but they did a fantastic job of giving you real input. We can go to the next slide. And so this is something that we just wanted to share with you. This is something that my business partner Gilbert and I, along with the superintendent, have pulled together. We just wanted to share this with you in your record. This is simply the observations of the three of us. But a lot of times when people do traditional strategic planning, you'll hear about a SWOT analysis. It historically stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It's something that's used in corporate, in nonprofit organizations quite frequently. We did what we call a back of the envelope mini SWOT for you, because in looking at all of this data of what your community has given you and what we're learning about the community and the district in particular, the three of us worked together with what are some of the highlights that we thought can serve as both a guide for the plan that's eventually going to come forward and a way to say to you as a governance team, does this feel like it resonates? Does it feel like we've sort of identified some of the big picture issues? So just to hit on a couple of them, some of the strengths, and this really comes from your community input data that was collected in October, just the sense of the student-centered focus, the caring commitment of your dedicated teachers and staff, the strong academics and the sense of community. We've mentioned some of that. Some of the challenges, I'll start at the bottom of that one. We hear loud and clear from your community, they want more time and more resources, and that's always a constraint. So I think in thinking about that and thinking about the strategy coming together, we've said to the task force that we think strategic planning is about having your head in the clouds and your feet on the ground. And so I think as we continue to advance some of these ideas, we would like to encourage, and we would encourage you to be encouraging the task force to think boldly. We think that's how organizational change happens. And at the same time, we also know that some of the ideas that are going to come forward to you, there may or may not be time or resources. They may be trade-offs that'll be required to move forward with the priorities. But we believe that's where a good governance team and a good leadership team can help to suss that out and think about it. But we wanted you to know for right now, while we're encouraging the task force to be realistic, we're also encouraging them to think big, because sometimes if they can think big and they can think boldly, maybe the idea can't move forward exactly the way they envisioned it, but maybe there's a kernel there that can be the first next step in something that becomes something that's really inspirational for your students, for your teachers, and for your community. So I share that just to give you a sense of kind of the tone and the energy, but the task force has been highly engaged, doing fantastic work and really making the most of their meetings. So I think that on the last slide there, I won't read all of it because it's in the documentation, but to some extent, some of those opportunities there reflect some of the ways in which we've already divided up the task force, looking at things like systems. The inclusive culture opportunity is was demonstrated here this evening with the presentation on Cipriani, for example, that so much of what is coming forward in this plan are things that you're already doing and living every day in the community. And this will be hopefully thinking about how you can continue to build on that foundation and take it into the next 3 to 5 years. The next slide is we just wanted to let you know at the last meeting, we had also let the board know that we had started with these 5 buckets. We call the columns. The buckets are the areas of focus that the task force was working on. We also heard from the board in your retreat saying that as trustees and as a governance team, you might be interested in having more information rather than less on some of these topics, including the fact that we were all in acknowledgement that these topics are big topics. So to address that feedback and be able to support it and have a reasonable, more manageable ask for the task force, we've taken each of the 5 teams and then subdivided them into smaller working groups. So what you're seeing here is, for example, if I look just at column 1, you'll see column 1 is the bucket that was supporting the complete learner. That group had already identified several subcategories within the complete learner that they wanted to explore. So what we've now done is broken that group number 1 up into smaller teams where they're working in either dyads or triads, partnerships, or a team of 3. Those 2 or 3 people then will be writing a smaller report specifically on the lettered items that you see. So under supporting the complete learner, you'll have a couple people who are going to move forward some ideas just around student skill development, a couple people that are going to collect research for you just around evidence-based instruction. And so as these reports go to come forward to you, you will see not only that they'll be grouped into the 5 buckets or categories, But within them, there will be almost sub-reports or sections to them where these individual team members have had a chance to really build something out. And we felt that would be a way in which we could present back to you as a board your desire to have more information on some of these subtopics, and a way to really empower the task force and allow them to focus. So I won't go through any more of those unless you would like me to, and can answer questions. And then if we go to the next slide, I've been mentioning these task force team reports for you. We just attached a visual of what those templates are looking like. We don't pretend, and we're not suggesting that that's readable at this point at that scale, but we just wanted you to let you know that the templates are real. The task force does have them, and we're happy to answer questions on that. And then if we go to the very next slide on our last page, this is just to wrap up with, we continue to believe that the project is on track. And again, I think the project is on track because your task force is taking every moment that they have in those task force meetings and working really hard for you and very energetically. I will say that the amount of work that the task force is going to do between now and the next couple of months is significant. We're going to make it as efficient and effective as possible for them. And we continue to honor their time. What we've set out from the beginning of this project is that our expectation is that the majority of the time that they put into the project is in the meetings themselves. You do have some people, we're already seeing that they're really engaged in something and they're doing research on their own, but it's a lot that'll come together very quickly over the next couple of months. And I just really want to honor, acknowledge your volunteers that are putting a tremendous amount of just passion and heart and taking this job very seriously in something that we've seen from your school district, which is students first. And so we had one team last week, for example, even as they reworked and refined some of their language around their objectives, they challenged themselves to say, can we make every objective we're writing down through the lens of what it means for students in the district? And I thought that was we did not ask them to do that in particular, but it was a really nice interpretation that I think shows the values of the community. So with that, I'll just ask if the Superintendent DeGuara has anything else that he wanted to share. Otherwise, I'm happy to.
No, I just want to say thank you. I know I'm always really excited by the nature of the meetings. I think they're always they're out of the box. They're organic. They're generative. And then I will say I'm amazed by how our task force responds. Like literally, like head down, work, talk, work. And I think we're going to come out with a great plan to help us move forward.
Yeah, so that's our prepared pieces. I'm happy to take comments and turn it back over to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Guernsey. Mr. Koss, would you like to lead us off?
Well, I appreciate you giving us more of an update since our retreat and the feedback. It's I like what you said about kind of surfacing nuggets of information as they kind of come up, meaning like it's not a static thing, that there's an iterative process, and that you're constantly kind of assessing that. That's very kind of encouraging because, you know, sometimes people do raise issues or just ideas that have not surfaced before. So thank you again for your work. Look forward to continuing the partnership.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, yeah. I'm there. I see the work and I appreciate it here. And it's a lot. And I agree with Dan. I'm surprised how kind of pushes and quick it gets. We kind of dug in. So the last one felt like it was like a go type option. And it was loud and joyous and neat. Yeah. And but there was even a conflict with like positive growth. So anyway, thank you.
It's the real work, right?
It really is. Yeah.
The real work of trying to iterate innovation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm especially liking what the different reports that the members of the task force are thinking of, because I've definitely felt, you know, I was wondering when the concrete was coming in, and I see the concrete and it looks great. So yeah, so that's great. I did, it's your slide that has the 5 buckets.
Yes, with the teams.
Yes, with the teams.
On it. Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that one right there.
Yeah, for team number 4,
Yes.
for 4B, where it says articulation with and preparation for Sequoia Union High School District. I'm interested in seeing if the task force would also like to consider the younger grades, right? The younger kids, coordinating with preschools, especially as we're expanding TK.
I think that's a fantastic, idea. And we're both writing it down, and we can absolutely take that back, because that's exactly kind of this iterative piece, right? And the reason why we've set the calendar as we have, so that these meetings and updates for all of you are offset with those task force meetings. We can absolutely bring that back to their next session. And I think it's a really interesting idea. And it's one that we heard a teeny tiny about, but it hasn't really been brought forward as a concrete idea. So I think it'll be fantastic to bring that back to them. The other thing I will also let you know that is part of that bucket as well is the external partnerships, which aren't listed here, but basically general community partnerships that are outside of your immediate parent community is embedded in what they're working on there.
Great.
But TK and preschool is great. We'll take
Great.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and presenting to us again, and giving us an update on everything that's going on. It's just meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. So I don't know how you do it. Every meeting I've been to, it's just, you are so energetic and always, just extracting information out of people. On our board retreat, we were sitting there and we had so much time allotted for it. It's like, or it's already like, 45 minutes past the end of the agenda time. So keep on going, because we were on a roll. So it's very important work. I love the direction it's going. And this slide is my favorite, seeing how these 5 buckets are being broken down into, you see it really coming down to what are the core things we're looking to evaluate.
Well, thank you. And right, hats off to the board. That came directly from board feedback, right? That wasn't something that 4 weeks ago we were planning per se, but I think that it's this collaborative, organic feedback from the governance team, collaboration with your senior leadership, and the work on the ground of the task force. We're always just thinking about how can that come together in service of the community. So.
Yeah. Just want to say thank you. Thank you again. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yes, we'll see you soon.
Any further questions? We'll move on to item number 13. This is information item. It's consideration of public notice of Belmont-Redwood Shores School District initial proposal for BRSFA regarding certificated union collective bargaining agreement reopen or negotiation 23 and 24.
And I will mention, as Ms. Eastburn's making her way up, she is joined by the president of BRSFA, Chandra McEwen. 13 and 14 kind of make sense to do kind of conjointly. So they'll lead us through those two items.
There you go.
One pager, huh?
Okay. Good evening.
Important week.
Super happy to be here tonight to get negotiations underway. In preparation for reopener negotiations with BRSFA for the 23-24 agreement, the following goals will guide the district's negotiation team in the course of conducting negotiations. Promote consistency by ensuring the district's long-term financial health. Increase alignment with instructional practice to better serve students. Facilitate effective and open communication. Build a professional culture of collaboration. And foster reciprocal accountability. The district hereby sunshines and submits the following 23-24 initial proposal to BRSFA. Article 10 hours. Article 13 salaries. And Article 14 benefits.
Good evening. Welcome to our newest board members. I haven't had the opportunity to be here yet. Welcome. You're all familiar faces. I haven't done this before, so Julie was very helpful. She's like, "You need to bring something." I was like, "Oh, thought I was just coming to smile." So I am here representing our bargaining team. I drew that straw because I live in Belmont. And so we are going to ask to open a new article for special education. It is something that has been tossed around for many, many years before I even joined the district. And we're thinking that this is our opportunity to be able to add an article to our CBA.
So that, may I ask a question? Unless I don't want to jump in.
Go ahead.
So this article does not exist right now.
It does not exist right now.
So I will just go ahead and make a comment that sincerely, I think our team sincerely appreciated the negotiations last go around. We look forward to coming to the table collaboratively, looking at our interests and really carving out a path forward. So thank you for your leadership with BRSA.
I agree wholeheartedly that we feel like it's a good working relationship and maintaining that.
Absolutely.
Are there any board members that have any questions or comments on items 13 and 14? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item number 15. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. This is an update on Ed Services Special Programs Update. This is an information item only.
With that, we'll welcome Director Nuba to the podium.
Hi, good evening. My name is Poina Nuba and I am the Director of Special Programs. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the board for the opportunity to present tonight. Presenting with me tonight will be Samita, our coordinator for the department, as well as Jacqueline Mendez, best manager, both who work within the department. We do have a member who is not present here today, Michelle. Today is actually her last day with the district. She will surely be missed, but I wanted to take an opportunity to acknowledge all of the good work she has done to support our students and families. As a department, we thoroughly believe that we would not be able to do the work that we do without our dedicated staff at our school sites who teach the whole child, along with our dedicated parents who are actively involved in ensuring that their students get all of the supports and accommodations that we know that they are entitled to. So I wanted to open the presentation with that. With that said, let's touch on what our goals are as a department. We strongly believe that students with exceptional needs are general education students first. And therefore, we must provide ongoing supports and services to support and enhance our belief. So what do? Our department is embedded within the Educational Services Department. Assistant Superintendent Chingpei, as Superintendent shared, is with our distinguished teams, school teams at Disneyland. So we're happy to hear that. But what I want to share is that we definitely appreciate the supports that she provides to not just our district staff, but also our school teams. Along with that, I can't help but also thank our superintendent here for the support that he has provided the department. So special programs, let's go, I'll go ahead and define a little bit more specifically of what we do. We support special education within the district. Some of our students are provided instruction within the district, and some are instructed outside the district. We will expand on that later. We oversee programs and student placement. We do have learning centers across our school sites. We also have our resource specialist programs across our 7 school sites. Within those, we also have what we would define as intensive support classes. We place students are placed in classroom settings within the school district and outside of our district. We implement and support specialized programming serving preschool through 8th grades. We also involved in compliance. It is extremely important that we follow the federal and state guidelines. And in order to do that, we are constantly monitoring our systems and processes to ensure that we remain compliant and minimize litigation, as well as manage state and federal reporting requirements. We also have a budget. Where in the past, there was often a reference as special education impacting budgets. Now we call that contributions from the general funds. So a positive spin. We also support 504 plans across the district. Our students on 504 plans are students that are not eligible under special education. Now, with that said, we often share with our parents that although your student may not be eligible under special education, they do have protections under the 504 plan. So what do we do with our 504 plan? Students, or how do we support our students on 504 plans? We oversee the implementation of 504 plans per the Rehab Act of 1973, which pretty much states that general education students with a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits educational access or benefits. We follow federal and state monitoring, which means that we are monitored. We are held accountable to our students on our 504 plan, just as we are our students that are eligible under special education. I will say that when we take a minute to reflect on students that are either eligible under an IEP or 504 plan, it is important that districts are held accountable in ensuring that your 504 students who are general education students and your and your special education students under an IEP are afforded the same rights as their general education counterparts. Within special education, we also have staff who we often refer to as our related services providers. And these providers collaborate with our general education teams. They are doing a lot of planning and discussion to ensure that not just special education, but that non-identified special education students are getting their required accommodations and supports that are needed prior to possibly assessing them for special education. So what is our goal? Our goal is to make sure that we provide all of the pre-intervention strategies, interventions, and supports to our general education students prior to looking at or assessing them for special education eligibility. So what we want, our goal with this chart here is to depict where we stand with respect to our students who are currently identified as special education students, which would be students on an IEP, on an individual education plan. In looking at the graph, we can clearly tell that our speech and language impairment category or eligibility, which are also speech-only students, the highest number in terms of number of special education students' eligibility within the district. So SLI stands for speech and language impairment. Okay, so currently, as of, I believe about a week ago, we had 140 students currently eligible for speech services. We also have students that are eligible under autism. We have about 101 students eligible at this time. Under OHI, we have lots of acronyms in special education, so I apologize. So under our, we also have other health impairment. We currently have about 67 students that are eligible under that category. And then our next area would be specific learning disability. That is the SLD. We have about 86 students under that eligibility. So I'm going to, some of you might wonder, well, what do those stand for? Or how, you know, how do we determine, or what is the definition, or how do we define each one of these eligibility areas? So what I've done is summarize per the Individual with Disability Education Act. That's what IDEA stands for. Autism is defined as a developmental disability significantly affecting verbal and nonverbal communication and social interaction, generally evident before age 3, that adversely affects a child's educational performance. So that's a brief definition per the IDEA definition. And another area I didn't go into the numbers, but it's on the previous slide, is intellectual disability. Some of majority of our students eligible under this eligibility are students that we would find in a moderate severe classrooms. Now, that is not to say that we do not have these students in a mild mod classrooms. I will also add that our goal is to make sure that our students, as I said earlier, they're general education students first, that they have access to the general education settings with typical peers. I think it was shared earlier by our board members, as well as Dr. Duris, what our school sites are doing to ensure that our students, our exceptional students, are part of our general settings. Okay, so a student with intellectual disability would mean a student who is significantly sub-average general education and functioning. Now, this is per the IDEA definition, okay? Other health impairment means having limited strength, vitality, or alertness, including a heightened alertness to environmental stimuli that results in limited alertness with respect to the educational environment. And then he breaks it down a little further. And then we have our SLD, or our students eligible under a specific learning disability. And these are students with a this learning disability means a disorder in one or more of the basic psychological processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may manifest itself in the imperfect ability to listen, think, speak, read, write, spell, or to do mathematical calculations. And then our very last of our top 5 would be speech or language impairment. That's our highest eligibility area within the district. Means a communication disorder, such as stuttering, which I do have. So there is hope out there. Impaired articulation, a language impairment, or voice impairment that adversely affects the child's educational performance. So those are just a few of our definitions per IDEA. So with that said, I will tell you that we currently have about 406 students eligible for special education within the district. When we look at the calculation of what the state typically looks at is what is the percentage of your special education versus general education. So we're approximately 10%, which is perfect. We're in a very good position. Majority of our districts at this point are looking at 12% as being gauged as where you would want to be. Now, that is not to say that we couldn't do better. There's always room for improvement. I will say that the district's historical focus, which is to ensure that our students are in general education settings, has resulted in a low special education population number. So I want to take a minute and congratulate our parents for the work and their level of involvement, and for our staff for the work that they have done. With respect to continuums within the districts, as I said, and I will always say, as students with exceptional needs are general education students first. The continuum of placements ranges from general education, which is where our students are in the general education setting, and receiving services within or outside. We sometimes use the words push in or pull out. The push in model is where they receive their services within the general education setting. And the benefit of doing that is we also have the opportunity to provide supports to our what we now call our at-promise students who have not been identified, but also benefit from the services that are being provided by us as special education staff supports. We do have a specialized academic instruction settings. That would be a learning center within Belmont-Redwood Shores. I've come to recognize that we have what we call our resource centers. So our resource placements, also known as learning center placements, which are definitely positives. We have our mild mod classrooms and our more intensive support classes, which would be mod severe classrooms. As I mentioned earlier, we also do have students that we have placed outside of our district, and Ms. Samita will share more when she's up here presenting. Professional development, that's a huge piece. This is a discussion that we are continuing to have with cabinet, with our staff members. We do recognize that there's always room for improvement. We are looking at the district calendar in the current year and in future years. Our goal is to have our staff complete an interest survey, because we definitely want them to provide input to us on what they feel that they need to be trained on. And when I say staff, I also would include classified staff, because they also would benefit from training. Our focus is always to not conduct isolated professional development. And the way I would define that is having your classified member, your teacher, your gen ed teacher, and your special education teacher working together, having discussions within a professional development setting. So we do recognize the need for ongoing professional development. Okay, so our current focus, I believe I was listening while we had the other presenters, and they're right on. And a few members of the board have also shared feedback in terms of what they are hearing at the sites. We are also mindful of what is happening at our sites and working to recreate a lot of our systems to make sure that we are targeting the immediate needs of the district. We do have what we call our multi-tiers of supports, tiers 1, 2, 3. We're currently working to truly refine each one of those tiers to make sure that there's a common understanding and process with respect to what the expectations are or what each tier means. I'm not going to go too much into the next 3 bullets. We do have our student study teams at the site. And the benefit of a student study team is to make sure that we have exhausted all interventions before a student is referred for special education assessment. We've heard a lot tonight about the PBIS, and mental health supports. Ms. Mendez will expand on that further. Our current challenges, you mentioned it tonight. I mean, you touched on it, maybe not specifically, but it's listed. We are aware. We are continuing to search for school psychologists, speech therapists, behavior analysts, paraprofessionals to support students with intensive behaviors. Initial eligibility evaluations, because some of our students need to be assessed, but as a result of our inability to find those professionals, the next slide will show what we are doing to address those. We're very aware of the intensity and the levels of behavioral and mental health needs at the site. And again, I'm going to point over to Jacqueline, best manager. She will expand on that. Short-term resolution. What we're doing at this point is to contract with outside agencies that provide fully trained staff pending district hire. And services, we've gone as far as to offer services outside of our contract hours to make sure that if we're not able to provide those services within the school day, that our parents are informed of services being provided. We actually do have speech language therapy in here on Saturdays, and we also offer that on Wednesdays here because we do have a shortage in that area. And so at this point, I'll turn it over to Jacqueline.
Good evening. As Ms. Rubo said, I am Jacqueline Mendez. I'm the Behavior and Education Support Therapy Team Manager. We provide behavior and mental health services to the district. Currently on our team, we have, well, when I made this slide a week ago, I'm really happy to say that we now have 4 behavior analysts on our team. We filled the vacancy that has been open for a while, which is really exciting. We have 7 behavior assistants who work directly in the classrooms with our students of really high needs and in our special education classrooms, and 2 mental health therapists. So to sort of touch on what's already been said this evening, we are really aware that there's a heightened need for behavior and mental health support at our sites. We're definitely seeing that across grade levels and across school settings. So we've been working really hard to increase collaboration within our teams to make sure that we are supporting our sites as best as possible. Something that we have been doing is we have been hosting a district mental health forum. So that's myself and our wellness coordinator bringing together our school psychologists, our school counselors, our mental health therapists, and working to sort of bridge the gap between what each person's role is and how we can all work together to better support the students of need and to really implement mental health supports at all 3 tiers of our system. We've also been really, which I know has been said earlier this evening as well, really reinvigorating and revamping our PBIS system. More acronyms, I know, our positive behavior intervention and supports system to ensure that we are creating a really robust library of interventions and supports for our sites at various tiers. So we've been really focusing on just really diving into tier 1 to ensure that our sites are mastering that before moving on to tier 2 and tier 3. But we've been meeting here I think we've had 3 sessions, which with each of our sites, and that's myself and our assistant superintendent, Ms. Hu, and our wellness coordinator have been leading that. And that's been really insightful. And I love seeing Principal Dewey's present on that and seeing all the progress that they've made with PBIS at their site, which has been really helpful. We've also been creating opportunities for professional development in order for our staff members to be able to provide support and be really up to date what's going on in the field. And I know that, mental health and behavior is not just an issue that we're experiencing at our site. I think that, there is a mental health crisis with our youth across the nation. So we are sending some of our behavior analysts to the Association of Professional Behavior Analysts in March. We have our mental health therapists attending the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists in, I believe, May, so they can bring back some information to our team, which should be helpful. In addition, we do implement safety care here at the district, which is a crisis prevention training. We have been working to ensure that our special education teachers, our behavior team, our paraprofessionals, and some of our admin have been trained in safety care procedures to be able to effectively de-escalate and managing some really high-level challenging behaviors. So that's sort of what's been going on for the BEST team. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, everyone here in the room. I'm Sumita, I'm the program coordinator, and I work alongside Ms. Nuba in the department. I'll start with the preschool and early education because that's the gateway to identifying students who may require services. We start with early childhood special ed services, and it's a state and federal mandated requirement to assess them. What we do is we partner with the county office, and they in turn partner with Golden Gate Regional Center. Golden Gate Regional Center is fed information through First Five, Watch Me Grow, Lucille Packard, Stanford, etc. So that's when, the toddler who's identified with needs has a social worker in that team that follows, and then that social worker sends the forms, etc., to GGRC. GGRC will then work with the county office to distribute them amongst the districts within the county. So that's how it starts. Most referrals come to us at about 2 years, 8 months, 2 years, 9 months. Now we're lucky if, and I say that in jest, we're lucky if it doesn't come in July, because it's a little hard to assess within the 60-day timeline. Otherwise, we still meet the timeline, every assessment. Once it's signed, as Ms. Nuba shared in previous slides, it's important to stay sort of aligned to the compliance. And so we have 60 days from the time that the assessments are signed. We also have to take over the toddler's education and intervention between 2 years, 11 months, and a few days to 3 years. And so it goes from a family plan, IFSP, into an IEP, which is an individualized plan. One of the things with the preschool is the slide that Ms. Nuba shared. The last column had the highest number, which is speech and language. Though it appears like it's the highest, some children just have, an articulation goal, or some children have a truly motoric need. And so their numbers are high. If it's articulation, they're easily exited from an IEP after watching the progress. If not, they keep getting services. but it's important for us to plan it with the preschool team, and we have monthly meetings because for the same reason, we don't want over identification. We want to be very careful and not identify every child as having some, need when there isn't a true need. We also talk about inclusive settings. So some of our students, who are identified with speech and language are actually in the GENET setting, general education at Redwood Shores, at Nesbitt, and at Fox. So they're served in general education classrooms, and the speech therapists pull them out or push in and work with students. Do I have to use the clicker?
Yeah, just to, yeah.
So as Ms. Nubo was sharing, we have a total of 4,022 students in our district. And of those, what we call SACE is our dashboard. It's a special education information system. It's an electronic filing cabinet where all the IEPs go. And we have about 467 students identified with the federal IDA IEP. And we have private schools up and down our corridor, the 101. So we have students who are attending the Bridge School. We have students who are at Achieve Kids in Palo Alto. We have some students all the way down in San Jose at the Kinship Academy. And we also have DOR evaluations, and that stands for District of Location and District of Residence. So a student might be a resident of the San Mateo Foster City, but they might be attending Charles Armstrong, which happens to be in our feng shui. So we assess those students for their IEPs. However, the faith offer is made by the District of Residence. That's part of our private school. So ISP also ties into that. If a parent lives at San Mateo Foster City, but has a child attending Charles Armstrong, that parent may choose to say, I do not want an IEP from San Mateo Foster City. I want an ISP, which is a service plan through the Belmont-Redwood School District. And so we will be providing them that service plan. And what that means is that we offer consult services to the staff, and it's not a service to the student. And that's also visited annually. Am I going too fast? Any questions? Okay.
Good.
And then we have non-public schools placements. Again, the difference between private schools and non-public school is non-public schools are contracted and certified and recognized by CDE and the county office. Private schools are not certified, like the Burkhardt, like Stanbridge, et cetera. And then we have contractors and vendors that we coordinate with, such as the psychologists, the speech therapists, transportation. We use Hop, Skip, and Drive, Adroit. We have vendors, speech pathology group, providing services for physical therapy, occupational therapy, augmentative communication, which is alternate system for children to utilize. And then we have the standalone speech services where a student has the minimum on their IEP, which is fantastic because we want them to be able to go back into GENET. Any questions?
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to take a minute. I'm going to go through this quickly. Let's save our time. We do have community partnerships. When we talk about examples of professional development opportunities that we have had in the current school year. We did have Jason D. Yateman, who presented on dyslexia. I think that was one of the best presentations I have been part of on dyslexia. That is on YouTube. He has been doing a lot of research work with Belmont-Redwood Shores. So we thank him for that. And I did add his website for anyone that would like to find out more about his research work. Another partnership that we're really proud of and glad to have them within boundaries is Opening Doors PTA. I did meet with them when I first started and also attended one of their very first meetings. So I do appreciate the work they are doing for the district. They did just offer a grant for $5,000. And I believe so far we've had about, I think close to 3,800 of it already approved. So we thank them for those funds. Yeah, so very thankful to them. They actually did have a mini assembly at Nesbitt. I did see that, and I know that they are looking to provide more assemblies across the district in the spring. So I'll definitely be working alongside them on those assemblies. And then we also have a school force grant. They did fund PD with our school psych. They did fund a PD that was presented by Dr. Anna Baker. If I say that right. She did. It was a great professional development opportunity. We did have a speech therapist and a psychologist present, and she also shared her book. She gave us 8 free copies of her book. And again, thank you to School Force for that opportunity. We know that I have not had a chance to have to actually meet our parents in a gathering. And so we figured, you know what, let's create that opportunity. So February 28th, right here in the boardroom, the invitations have already been sent out to our parents. And I already have, we've had some emails from parents who have RSVP'd. We're really excited for that opportunity because it gives us that firsthand opportunity to meet our parents and share feedback and input. So that will be here February the 28th from 9 to 11. Okay, so questions.
Well, Ms. Dubois, thank you for that excellent presentation. I want to open up to the board, starting with Mr. Bruno. Any questions or comments?
Yes. And again, just thank you. I learned a lot, all of you. And naturally, great questions. You mentioned 60 days timeline. What is that?
It's when a assessment plan by the special ed department is handed to the parent, and the parent signs it. From that time, the clock starts ticking, and we have 60 days continuous.
Yeah.
Not counting Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday are included, and
Gotcha.
then we have to complete the assessment. It doesn't mean that we have to use all the 60 days,
Right.
but the law says we can use up to 60 days.
Gotcha. Okay. Then when you talked about 2-year-olds and things like that, does that how often are you interacting with 2 and 3-year-olds for services?
We get about 12 to 14 referrals from GGRC in the fall, and about roughly the same in the spring. And so we start assessing them. And then there are standalone speech referrals from parents that are coming in with Kaiser diagnosis or Stanford diagnosis.
Yeah.
That would, I would say, about probably another 12 referrals in the fall and about maybe 10 in the spring, give or take a few.
Yeah.
And so we have to also develop an assessment plan, then hand it to them and then assess them.
That's just to prepare them for TK in kindergarten?
That's for special ed.
Yeah, districts have what we call a child find obligation. And so under that obligation, districts are, and in most cases, we work alongside the SELPA to find and identify students 3 years or younger, and sometimes older, who would qualify, who who will likely need to be assessed for special education. So that falls under the child find obligation.
Gotcha. Okay. Then IEPs, how do they end? Or do they? You mentioned earlier, like some just have like a small skill like articulation that they gain. What's the process like when it's to no longer have it? So like how does 467 go down to 460?
We assess in and we assess out.
Is it on you? Like, so it's not a doctor or parents or anything, it's a.
Yeah.
It's based on their progress report.
Mhm.
So the therapist or the specialist who are working with the student will monitor the progress and say, well, the student does not require OT interventions anymore, which is occupational therapy.
Yeah.
So then they'll hold an IEP meeting
Mhm.
to justify it via assessments to prove that yes, they have met their goal. And then they say, yes, the goal has also been met. And then the parents will say, okay, now we're ready to exit from this service.
Yeah.
And so they could do that for similarly with, say, AAC, physical therapy, with vision, with orientation and mobility, just a gamut of related services.
Yeah.
So do that via.
It's my last, I mean, maybe an impossible question, but like how common is that, or like in the sense of like development, if your goal is education in progress and students moving on, is it common for like IEPs to resolve, or is it just a thing that students usually carry to college?
I'll tell you this, we do have kids. Special education provides interventions and supports to students. I guess what we need to clarify is that we don't necessarily remediate, or what we do is we provide supports and interventions to that student to hopefully progress and meet their goals.
Yeah.
And once those goals have been met, we're required, like she said, to assess them. And if we show that they have met that benchmark, then we hold an IEP team, review progress and exit. So our goal is pre-intervention, right? It with hopes that they don't become eligible. But we also get to a point where the kids have met that goal, and at which point we exit.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Thank you again. This has been very educational and I appreciate it. I had you have a comprehensive, so I definitely have to sit with it a little bit, but I had four questions. You mentioned on a short-term solution basis, you had a slide for programs outside the district that seem to be normally occurring. And then you said on a short-term solution that due to this shortage of in-house specialists that you're contracting with outside the district. So what percentage currently kind of fits into that short-term solution? What percentage of services are being currently contracted outside that if you had the specialists, it would be more in-house or in the district?
So just to clarify, we do have services or programs outside, so that's separate.
I recognize that, yeah.
We do have programs within the district that we do not have staff to support.
Right.
So what I would say to that is, we currently have one OT. So they're not that many, but when you look at the caseload, the number of students, it's more so the number of students those contractors would support. Does that make sense? So are you asking for what percentage of students require a contractor to provide those services?
Oh, I'm asking, you mentioned that unfortunately there's you have a short-term solution to use outside professionals because we don't have the capacity yet for our own staff members. And so I was just curious, thinking about the long-term question is sustainability. And so I'm just curious as to what percentage are you contracting with outside agencies that in an ideal situation that would be handled by district professional, district personnel?
About how many FTE would you say FTE equivalent is contracted out?
I would say right now about.
So for speech, man.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Speech, it's the Nesbit, so 1.
Uh-huh. 1.0.
Right.
For the psychologist again, would be, I would say 1.5 sites.
1.5.
We have Oxley Central, and then we have preschool, and then we have the NPS. So it's 1.5, and that's the caseload for the psych assessment, psychologist. And then for we have an occasional student who has hard of hearing and deaf, assessments. So that would be an isolated, 0.2. And then we have AT, which is assistive technology, and again, that's very isolated. So that is probably in, I would say, 3 years we've assessed 3 students with AT. So it's really, I can't say which ones.
So I think the important clarification is there's sometimes we'll use a contractor to perform an assessment that maybe we don't have somebody that specializes in-house.
Right.
So those are 3 times in the last few years. Currently, we have a few FTE, 3 or 4 FTE that we would prefer to have in-house, but are contracting those cases out so that we can do our absolute best to make sure that we're meeting timelines, providing services. And the one thing I always say about special programs is they're the school that's not recognized as a school in terms of staffing. They facilitate a small army of educators across all those different subcategories and organize. And of late, it's been really difficult. In the past, if we couldn't find somebody directly to hire, we were successful in getting a consultant to support. We're seeing that become even more of a challenge. The consultants that we work with are not able to provide folks either. We've even seen it on the parent side, because one of our options when we can't provide services or have had difficulty, we offer for parents to go out and the district support those costs. And even parents are finding difficulty reaching those services as well. So there's just a shortage across the board. That said, we always remain committed. The services that our students are entitled, they are entitled and they will receive. Sometimes it's not as timely as we would like it to be for whatever reason. They calculate what we call comp ed minutes.
Compensatory services, yeah.
So anything that has to get shifted or whatnot, we move over to a different time or over the summer or whatever timeline. I will say credit where credit is due. Sumita and team have opened up Saturday speech classes. Again, that offer to go outside to a private and get reimbursement for that, so that we're always doing our best to provide what our kiddos need across the board. Yeah.
So thank you for, I appreciate the clarification. One broader question. I liked the chart that you had with the top 4. I wrote the top 4 kind of the students eligible and what their classification was or category. It seems like the bulk, or I kind of calculated like 92% is within those top 4. Do you feel like that you see a broad level trend where it's nationwide and or within our district where it's growing in those areas, or is it a disproportionate growth in like autism versus SLI or et cetera?
This is typical coming from other districts or another SELPA. Speech is typically almost always the highest in terms of eligibility. So what we are seeing here is very reflective of what is happening in other districts.
And finally, is there in the classroom, in the general education classrooms, could a teacher potentially have a mix, like a mixed classification? There's students that are hitting each of these categories.
Absolutely, absolutely. You could have a speech-only student in a classroom. You could in any classroom, you could have speech, other health impaired, because again, other health impaired, it shows itself in terms of ADHD, students with executive function deficits. You could also have students eligible under autism. As you know, autism is a wide spectrum. You have your very high functioning
Asperger's.
exactly. So yeah, you could see any one of you could see all four in one classroom. All four top eligibilities. I'm sorry, SLI and SLD maybe, or SLI, speech and language impairment, and other health impaired. So in combination of, but again, you could have a student with a student that is eligible under a specific learning disability on its own in a classroom, or SLD with speech. So you could see any combination of students in any given general education classroom.
And then finally, is it just to piggyback on that? Is it just what tier they're in that determines if they need to be in a special education class exclusively, or is it? Because you mentioned that they're taken out sometimes of the general education classes, but are there any cases where they have a dedicated staffers, everybody in general education exclusive?
There are.
I know that's the goal, but I'm just wondering.
Yes. It all depends on what is written on a student's IEP, right? What the supports and what the supports accommodations are. So yeah, you could see that. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, all three of you. And while we're on the side, I had another question kind of similar to that. So these categories here, could one child fit within more than one of these categories?
Yes.
Okay, so you have some like that. And approximately, I mean, are there many children? I'm just looking at the numbers and I'm thinking the numbers up here, there's actually less children than the numbers sum up to in that case. But like how many children typically fall in more than one of the columns here?
How many children? I could do that work and send it through.
I mean, maybe I don't need. I mean, is it just like, is it typical that a child would fall in come, or is it more rare? Or
it is, you know, as Samita shared earlier, we do have students that are just getting or that are just eligible for speech only. We do have students that are eligible under speech and other health impaired. It could be any combination of, and all of these students can be. I mean, we do have. I didn't mention emotional disturbance. That's the ED. You could have a student that is eligible under ED in a general education classroom. Even though they fall under that eligibility, they have the necessary supports to, you know, to gain educational benefit in that gen ed classroom. So it differs, but yeah.
Right. Maybe you were going to say something.
I just want to add to what Ms. Mimi shared. Like she said, there is doubling up. I want to just also add that on an IEP, first page, there's a primary disability and a secondary disability. There's also sometimes via assessment, but not reflected, there's also a third eligibility category. So to answer your question, there's always more than one. It could be a student whose primary is autism and the secondary is SLI, because both students on the spectrum do have challenges with communication, and not just communication in the sense of articulation, but more, intense needs. Or a student might have a primary of, say, OHI, but with medical conditions. And so then that have a secondary disability.
Yeah.
And I would say the number of students roughly is in our NESBIT programs or Red Choice programs, where more children with the more significant needs are. IEPs where you have the primary and
Thank you. And I know my understanding is that, the earlier we can identify, the younger the child is when we identify an issue, the earlier we can provide them with the resources they need to bring them up to the level quicker. And of course, your team is the experts on assessing children on what their needs are. But then oftentimes it's the TK or the kindergarten teacher who's going to be the first ones to see them. And I'm wondering, do you feel like the TK in kindergarten or even first grade, they have the tools and the knowledge to assess them? I mean, not having your deep understanding of it. Or do you have programs or any plans to, provide professional development or anything to help identify the children earlier?
That's a great question. I appreciate the fact that you brought that question up, because that is a discussion that we're continuing to have in our PPLC, which would be our principal meetings that I held monthly. One of the areas, a prime area that we're focused on this year is how do we ensure that we are providing interventions in a timely manner. And what does that look like? It means ensuring or creating a team that meets monthly at each school site, a school site team that has discussions such as that, where a teacher is seeing behaviors and is unsure on how to best manage it. And in this case, that teacher is able to share that information with that team, and they're able to give her firsthand information on possible interventions. We also have our SST process, our student study team process, where a teacher, a provider, or a parent can request a meeting and say, I have this, I'm seeing these behaviors, or I have these concerns, and I would like them addressed. So there are opportunities within each one of our school sites where a parent or a teacher can share a concern. Now, the other piece is, because of our size, which is ideal, providers are in those classrooms and they are having that ongoing communication with our general education teachers, because they are in the classrooms. And so that's another opportunity where, we see a student that we feel needs those supports. We can immediately expedite as an SST student meeting to provide support. Now, one of the benefits that I have seen is that we already have a process that also addresses that lists the different interventions at each tier that can be implemented. Now, if those interventions are not successful, then the team has a next step in terms of, okay, we've implemented with fidelity. Now, this is what I need to do next. So we have a process in place for that.
Thank you for that answer. And one of the challenges, I know staffing is big, and it's not just in special ed, it's, there's in education, there's a shortage across the board. And I'm curious, we have recs out trying to find people to fill these roles. Is it a matter of that we're not even getting people applying, or they're applying and not qualified, or we're applying and we say, we'd like to hire you, but they say, no, I'm going to go over here. What are you seeing in the workforce as the patterns there?
Well, we're definitely not getting the candidates as we have in the past, not just here, but it's across the nation. I want to take this opportunity to thank our principals, because I will tell you that majority of our classified hires, which are parents at the school sites, have been nudged by our principals who have said, you know what, you're doing a great job. What about, we've got these positions. And I want to thank HR ladies, because once we get that, we schedule that interview and our parents come on board. And who else would you want at your side but your own parents? So it's a nationwide situation. We are doing our very best to recruit. We're actually flying for vacancies on Indeed. At Join. So we're doing our very best, but unfortunately, we're not getting the level of qualified candidates. Yes, we're open to training, but there is a definite shortage, even with the agencies, because we're also connected to agencies. And so those agencies are short-staffed as well. So moving forward, what's very clear is that we need to recruit early. And for those areas that we're unable to recruit in, I think the recommendation would be for us to reach out to those agencies early enough and get those contractors on board, while also, I want to make sure I say this, while also respecting expectations from bargaining units in terms of staffing. So we will definitely be more proactive for the coming year.
I will say, we did see this trend start to show up last year. We did some work with Alder, which is a teacher education kind of pipeline, if you will, where the district is actually supporting 2 teachers this year, right? 1 teacher this year, a special ed teacher who is in district working side by side with one of our teachers, shadowing, mentoring, going through a program. We contribute to that. Towards that person's education. Once they're completed at the end of the year, if we have a position, we can hire that person. Hopefully the match is wonderful, that we want to hire that person and that person wants to work for us. If that's the case, we say thank you very much. We're glad we can contribute to this partnership. If we say no thank you, we say, glad we can contribute to your education. If they say no, thank you, they give us the contribution back. So it really is a win-win for everybody at the end. We're looking forward to extending that to, I'm looking to Julie, 3 next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Two special ed and 1 hopefully STEM science.
Yeah. The hard to fill positions. So we're trying to be proactive.
And we also have some BRSSD employees that have stepped out of classified positions into teaching positions. So that's definitely a good thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Nula.
Thank you for the answers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I actually had
sorry.
questions. Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your presentation and your hard work. I was wondering, a couple of my colleagues touched on it with the younger kids, the preschool age kids. So if you could just confirm, does the district have a preschool class that the district operates for kids who are receiving special ed?
Yes, we do have 2 classes at Redwood Shores. We have 2 a.m. sessions and 1 p.m. session at this time. So yes, we have a We have our special ed preschool classes.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Early in the morning.
Really.
Great, thank you. And as you said, then typically the children who are participating in that, they're referred to you at like that 2-year age, you're saying, and then they enter the preschool around the age of 3, or?
So it's a combination of, right? We have some that are referred by GGRC, as she shared. We have some whose parents have started them off early and have decided and have brought them forward for assessment. And that's the assessment is year-long. We're constantly assessing, even during the summer months. And so so it's the agencies, it's parents bringing saying, you know what, my student is ready. We assess the student, we identify the need, and they are placed in those classroom settings. So yes.
Great, thank you. Possibly separate from that, you mentioned the child find for ages 3 to 5. So if you could expand on that, please.
Yes. So districts are obligated to what we call child find. And pretty much what child find is pretty broad. Child find by definition, I'm going to summarize it the best I can, is we are obligated to search out students that would likely qualify for special education services within our community. And it's not just 0 through 3, but it's 0 through, with our grade level, 0 through 8th grade. And it could be a neighbor calling into the district office and saying, hey, you know what? I have this neighbor down the street. I think, you know, that family needs help. And so we support that.
Great, thank you. And then again, thank you so much for your work. I think you mentioned you were planning on doing a survey to the teachers about what they would be interested in, which I think is great. Thank you. And then I was just wondering, were you thinking of like providing professional development on strategies that teachers could use for students with like some of those most common eligibility criteria?
Absolutely. And alongside with it, that is looking at professional development, just not for new employees prior to the start of the year and throughout the year. So setting those on our calendars so that our late hires are trained. So yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing no further questions, I want to thank Ms. Nuba and colleagues for that excellent presentation. It was very informative. And we'll move on to item number 16. Facilities update, number 10.
That is me.
This is an action item.
This is an action item that I'll first give some context around. So as the board knows, we have some regular facilities updates, and I always start with this slide around when we talk about facilities. There's 3 streams. I want to name that maintenance is something that's always ongoing. Energy efficiency, our last substantive update to the board was at the November board meeting. They will be coming back with an update in the March board meeting to give you some update on what they've been up to since the board approved their scope of work in November. And then today we will be focusing on the TK work stream. So at the last board meeting, you heard from demographers a bit, our demographer about our enrollment projections for TK. So where we are in the timeline for TK is, we have finalized our enrollment projections. We've issued our bond back in the fall. So we're working on finalizing our facilities needs right now. In parallel, what we've done is we have issued an RFQ, that's a request for qualifications. And we are developing our RFP, which will then feed into our facilities needs into vetting and selecting a GC and architect. So progress since our January facilities update. One, as I mentioned, we have released our request for qualifications for this classroom project. And the outcome of that is a short list of entities that will be invited to submit proposals. So the qualification part is saying,
are you qualified to build schools? Are you familiar with, school code, education code? Are you familiar with TK? Are you familiar with the type of project that we're doing? Whereas the proposal will be something more customized to us. So we issue that qualification first as part of the public bid process. The second thing that we've done is completed a feasibility assessment working with what's called a criteria architect. So when you go into actual construction, we'll hire architects who really dive deeply into your as-built and draw out the literal plan for construction. Criteria architects are kind of the first 80-20 view of that. So they will come and look at they looked at some of the different scenarios we talked about. They identified what might be feasible. And then what they'll do is lay out the architectural elements that will go into our proposal. So they'll put in some of the technical components of that. And then finally, we are preparing to submit an application for state facilities funding that's been set aside for TK projects. A few things to note: while the state has set aside bond funding specifically for TK, a few things. One, it is not guaranteed. So what typically happens is, as a district, you would apply for it. They do distribute based on your needs, your unduplicated student count. And as we know, ours is relatively low, especially compared to a lot of other districts in California. The second thing to know is that the governor's latest budget took money that he had originally set aside for that fund to apply it towards other things. And so that pot has already shrunk since it was announced, and we are not high on the priority list. Nonetheless, it's always worth, I think, putting in an application and seeing what we can get. It is matching funding to what we would be paying for. So in terms of our context and constraints, so things that we've done to date, we've conducted our demographic study. We've done enrollment modeling through 27-28 to understand what capacity we will have based on our enrollment projections. We've secured our financing, and we've been looking to understand both education code and DSA code around TK implementation. And as I mentioned, working with criteria architects. And key considerations and constraints to just know about. One, the top part is really a recap of what we heard from our demographers at the last meeting. So we have declining birth rates, which means that district-wide, we're moving to about 18 classes per grade to about 14 classes per grade. That population growth is concentrated in the center of the district. And just from a pure space perspective, we don't have a ton of space at Central or Cipriani to increase classrooms. Constraints, we issued our $10 million bond after paying cost of issuance. That's about $9.8 million. If we come in under budget, that bond is authorized for all sorts of modernization work. So there is certainly work that we can be doing. But if we go over, that would come from a general fund. And so, we're looking at that 9.8 as a pretty hard line of we don't want to be diving into our general fund for this work. And the other thing to know is that classrooms currently used for grades 1 through 5 will need retrofitting in order to house TKK. And that if we get the state funding, it comes with a different set of constraints than if we just use our own. So there's retrofitting required regardless, and a different set of retrofitting requirements needed if we get state funding. So our next steps over the next couple months, we will be submitting our application for the state facilities funding. Our statement of qualifications, so the responses to our RFQ, is due tomorrow by 5 p.m. So at that point, we will be reading and evaluating any submissions we receive, conducting interviews, and keeping the board obviously updated on that with an announcement in mid-March. In March, we plan to issue those invitations to submit proposals for our RFP, which we're working with our construction council to finalize right now, tentatively planning to release that on March 13th. And then March through May, we'll be conducting the RFP process, so including the job walk, which is a walk of the sites and those spaces that we're considering, interviews, evaluating the proposals. And so the action item in front of you today is a resolution to approve the filing of this application for state funding facilities. There is a handout in that we received some clarification around the language here in naming that this is only eligible for districts that offer a full day kindergarten and TK. And I do want to clarify that full day by ed code is what we are currently offering. So it's not at the colloquial full day that we use, but the ed code full day, which is meeting the instructional minutes as mandated. So with that, I will take any questions before we.
Any questions, Mr. Lambert?
Yeah, going back to the RFQ, I know we have about 19 hours till it closes, but is it too soon to ask how many applications we've received on that?
Great question. We've currently received 0, but I would not see that as it is typical that they come in the day that
Oh, really?
it
Okay.
closes. Yeah.
But like a
Typically,
FedEx,
they don't really come in early. They come in
Okay.
day up. Yeah.
You skip.
Companies are by high school.
And then you said, of course,
Yeah, the Ralston Group project.
apply for the funding. May or may not. Of course, we don't get it, and then okay, right.
If only.
Let's see, where's my notes here?
Yeah, so our RFP will sort of name the different, ask folks to submit based off of if we receive the state funding, kind of how they would approach it, and if they don't, because there is kind of that pivot point at which we'll say, okay, are we doing this or are we doing the other thing? So our RFP will have sort of this dual track that we're asking folks to submit a proposal on
Okay,
because of that.
all right. Maybe in the Friday update tomorrow, we can get a quick update on how many RFQs we've received. Is that possible? I mean, the 0 number, it's.
Again,
concerning to me,
very
but probably
typical
not-
that it does not come in until day of. That is
Yeah.
usually what happens. Yeah.
And then, where's my last question here? Oh, yeah, so with all sorts of, all over the state, there's construction going to be happening for TK. Is there any concern about, run-on construction companies or contractors being able, difficult to find one because they're all.
Good question.
Great question. I don't think so. And I will say that I think we're a little bit ahead of the curve I think if we were to go with a more compressed timeline, we'd be doing this, over the summer. So we're running a little ahead of schedule. And part of that is that if there is a run, we're a little bit ahead. Yeah.
Excellent. That's great.
And hopefully I will have an update tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. And I just want to, I mentioned earlier, but just thank you for all this work you and your team are doing, because you have your regular duties with budgeting and everything, and then having this whole thing, it's a big project. So thanks for all the effort you put into it.
Thanks. I will pass that on to the team who's
Yes.
been doing a lot of heavy lifting here as well.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, would anybody like to move on the item at hand?
I move that the board adopts resolution number 10.
Second.
As corrected, I think.
Corrected?
As amended.
Oh.
As amended?
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? There's some 10th grader out there somewhere who's working on it. Okay, the motion passes. We are now on to item number 17. Board policy updates from the CSBA from December 2022. This is the first reading and a discussion item. Is there anyone who would like to discuss an item on this board update? Not a board policy update, I guess.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say just briefly, but somebody else can go first.
So not discuss a specific item, but a question. With the current policy in the past where there's the ends, the no's, why was it excluded in the past? Wouldn't it, some of these be a good thing to have in there from the get-go, I guess?
Yeah, so I can't speak to why they haven't necessarily been included in the past, but I can say some school district boards have the philosophy of if it's not a required policy, we don't necessarily adopt it. If it's an optional policy, it stays as optional. We only adopt required. I will say my view of that is a little different because we work closely with CSBA. Most CSBA policy isn't at the 40,000 foot level. It's at the ground. What does ed code say? What are your requirements? especially when it comes to the administrative regulations. So they're paraphrasing ed code to help those of us on the ground implementing policy and following guidance do it. The other thing that I will say is most often answers lie within board policy. For example, a week before last, a principal was checking in with me about excusing a child for religious holiday. Board policy says exactly how to address that. Another question came up with if a child's absent for 5 days, do we require a doctor's note? No, board policy says we may ask for a doctor's note. It doesn't require a doctor's note. So those little nuances, I'm always in favor of adopting policies that help do our job better. Some policies also at one point may not have been applicable for whatever reason. And then because of a change, they became applicable.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. I did not look at all of the policies, but I did appreciate what CSBA did where they provided the policy guide sheet. So that was a great summary. So I just wanted to ask about a couple of them. One of them is for the LCAP, the Local Control and Accountability Plan. It's a board policy 0460. It's on the bottom of the first page.
Okay.
About halfway down, it says new law AB 181 2022 requiring the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee to include at least a parent guardian of currently enrolled students with disabilities. Policy also updated to reflect new law SB 997, which requires beginning July 1st, 2024, districts serving middle or high school students to include 2 students as full members of the existing Parent Advisory Committee or establish a student advisory committee to provide advice to the board and the superintendent. So just first of all, a clarifying question is I know that the individual schools have LCAPs, not LCAP. I'm saying the wrong word. They have the committee. They have the committee. Is there a district-wide committee for LCAP? Because that's how this is like written to me, that there's like a district-wide.
So I would defer to Ching Pei if she oversees LCAP outreach, but she does reach out to stakeholders, make sure that we have representation across the board. That new change with students have always been a part of it. I don't know specifically about the committee, but we can find out.
Okay, great. And then, some of the things it says when it's required by, and of course, we'll meet those dates. But I would be interested in making sure that, for example, of having a parent guardian of currently enrolled students with disabilities, to check on that now. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. And then, sorry, just finding it. Are there page numbers on this? I don't think so. The last page of the board policy guide. Third one from the top, administrative regulation 6164.4, identification and evaluation of individuals for special education. Just wanted to make sure, I'm guessing that we have this already. Regulation updated to reflect new law, requiring each district to designate a main point of contact for coordinating and completing the transition of a child and family from Part C, early intervention program for infants and toddlers, to Part B, assistance for children with disabilities. It's you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I will also mention Trustee Leinbach noted a couple of typographical things that we can wordsmith a little better. We'll make sure that we do that under board bylaw 9100.
There's one other thing on 9223. I think there's some text that was missed, bringing over on item number 6. There were 2 paragraphs in that, but only the first paragraph is brought over. I don't know if you want to open it up or I could share it with you, but it's, I believe it just was missed in, it was added by the, some text that was added by CSBA. But in the final version, it doesn't show up in there. It says, however, a vacancy does not arise and so forth. For, I can
9223.
922
Law
filling vacancies.
timeline for filling vacancy.
And it's item number 6. So see, there's only a board member ceases to inhabit the trustee area represented by the board. There's a second paragraph. It says, however, a vacancy does not arise when the district adjusts the trustee area boundaries or changes from at-large to by trustee area election method during a board member's term, which could be the case if we decide to go that direction.
I got it. That's why I'm not seeing it. It's on,
It's the red line version.
yes.
So it must be out.
Thank you. Ms. Ellinger, on the bylaw 9233, the attachment that I'm seeing, it does not show what trustee Linebach was, or what you just had up there, actually.
Right, does not reflect what he's saying.
Yeah. We will confirm that adjustment. Thank you for the notice.
And then on 9323, Jim's gonna like this. He gets to be the official bouncer at meetings now. He gets to actually, if there's a disruption, the president is allowed to.
Gonna whack her.
Yeah. So congratulations on that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. And then on 9100, you mentioned that there was just a couple of things where, want to put some commas in there and clearly call out that, there's an and or about vice president or clerk. And, some districts don't have that, but since we do, that was one of the types. And then the other thing in there was the current bylaw as it exists today that says an officer shall. Officers will serve a 1-year term. So it's like a term limit thing. In the revised, it doesn't have that, but I'm just thought of bringing it up for discussion. Do we want to have the 1-year term limit? Or do we want to get rid of that? And I mean, in my opinion, in the past, the board has said everyone should get a chance to serve as president. So that would, lean towards saying, yes, everyone serves 1 year and then they're done. But I would prefer to leave that 1 year in there but it's open for discussion.
I agree.
We might want to add a sentence about unless no other trustee is interested in serving that role or something like that.
Right.
So it should be our default, but if all of a sudden everybody has monkeypox and nobody wants to be the president or whatever,
So
something like that. I don't know.
the option 1 does say the board shall each year elect one of its members to clerk. We'll change the word. The member shall be the one who previously has not served in the office, unless the board members have previously served, unless all the board members have previously served. After the serving of 1 year as clerk/vice president, the elected member shall serve 1 year as the board. That kind of gets at it, I think, but we can make that adjustment.
Yeah, I think the general tone is you should switch.
Right.
But everyone, you want to leave yourself some wiggle in case there's some weirdness and somebody doesn't feel like they could serve that role or whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can add that caveat.
Yep, and that was it.
Okay, seeing no other points of discussion, I think we're ready to move on to item number 19. Is that right? Future board meeting agenda items?
No, assembly, delegate assembly vote.
Delegate assembly vote. All right.
Yes.
Backwards.
This is actually an action item tonight. It should be action.
I see.
Yes.
I do see discussion too. So I'm going to encourage you to.
Keep it expecting.
So the board has been asked to vote for 3 delegates for the delegate assembly vote. There are 3 current positions available and 3 people running. So you can choose to nominate or vote for 1, 2, or 3 at your discretion.
How long is each term?
Currently, there are 3 members whose term expires March 31st, 23, with the new term beginning.
Right, but how long is it?
2-year terms.
Your term.
I'll make a comment that both Greg Land and Klima Salahuddin, yeah, I know both of them personally, and I would definitely recommend them.
We all met them too, right?
Yeah, both of them were at the member orientation. Right? Very active in the California School Board.
This looks like a 2020 election to me. Keep on rolling with that. Unopposed. They all seem like fine people. Anybody who would do these things, to me, it's got my vote, unless they had some notorious history attached to them, but that's not true for any of these people. They're all fine human beings. I think we could adopt this as a slate and just for all 3. Are we okay with that?
Yes.
All 3. All 3.
We will submit that vote. Yeah.
Let's do the thumbs up for our actions. To be noted in the official record. Okay, can we move on to item number 19 now?
Yes.
All right.
March 9th, remember this was an adjustment to make sure that we met March timelines. We have principal updates. It's Central's turn. Next month, Ed Services will be doing an update. CBO bows on deck for the second interim report. We'll have an enrollment update from Ms. Eastburn. We'll have a facilities update, as CBO Bow was saying. And then in April, we have a board retreat, April 3rd. I'm looking forward to that. Retreats are always a lot of fun. We don't need it now, but happy to start receiving ideas and thoughts about the next board retreat. Certainly, I would think probably a strategic plan update, as that's going to be moving quick. As long as I'd like to agendize some equity work. It may possibly be time that we bring in somebody to talk with us more deeply about by trustee elections as well. Those are the things that are resonating.
Yeah. I would say so. Is that our last retreat for the year?
That is last
for this
retreat
academic year?
for this academic year. Yes.
Don't we have one? I thought we have one towards the end of the year to make the next year's goals.
That's in April, the spring.
That is the April.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So soon.
Well, yeah.
That's good. August.
Last.
Yeah.
Okay. So then this retreat we should probably put on, and I guess the strategic plan is going to outline the goals for that. So
Yeah, we'll want to wait till that's completed.
So what are we thinking about for the retreat? And then one more time.
I think probably an update for strategic plan. I would, at the board's discretion, think furthering our equity work would be another option, as well as by trustee elections.
And then next year's goals.
If the board would like to talk about that in April, I don't think our strategic plan is going to be done by then, but for board's choice.
Were you saying that we should do strategic plan update, or should we do?
So the strategic plan is coming to the board. I don't need to go back to Laz, but it's in that April-May timeframe that the task force is rolling up their ideas for consideration by the board. I would think we would want to look at that before we set next year's goals.
I think.
So deciding if that strategic plan will be ready in time, knowing how useful it could be, would that mean that we might want to entertain pushing back and trying to make a retreat in May, or is that April 3rd date kind of set in stone? Is there value in making sure that we have that strategic plan to look at the retreat?
Well, said another way, perhaps we need an additional meeting just to hit.
We have a late August meeting as well, that we have our retreat in August too. But whatever the board desires.
I'd like to do, once we have the strategic plan done and our goals set, I'd like to, my preference would be to have a meeting, a special session, retreat, whatever we want to call it, retreats type of special session, or meeting. But to have one of those to just maybe only, not like one of these big long ones, but maybe only focus on goals so that we do it before everyone goes away from stuff or something. I thought that was very valuable.
That might be wisdom.
Yeah, I like that. I thought it was productive.
So May date.
Okay.
I definitely see the value of doing the retreat. Just for the scheduling, the last day of school is June 9th, and then we do have a board meeting on June 15th. So I'm wondering where we fit that in with
We're looking
vacation
at
plans.
calendars right now.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Why don't perhaps we can look at dates in our debrief and socialize those with the board.
Yep. Sounds good.
But yeah, we don't need to pick it today, but
That's a bummer. Oy, okay. Anything else? Okay, so we are just about done with our listed agenda items here, and then I think we need to still finish up some closed session work. So at 9:14 p.m. can we convene to close? Is that?
And if we can confirm for public record, there's not going to be a report out of closed, correct?
That is correct. Okay, so at 9:15, we're going to convene and close. We will not have a report out.
That's the audit.
That's the what?